Hello? Are we live? Are we here? I'm here, and that's fine by me. I'm also going to have to check on my phone because even though there has never been a single time where this hasn't worked, I still feel the need to check, you know? I'm not looking at the camera, I'm looking at my webcam for some reason. How do I find me? There I am. Nope, that's... Honestly, it's so difficult being me. Just absolutely tragic. There we go. Oh, I'm here. Okay, great. I'm going to assume that the sound is working. I'm going to give people some time to arrive because why not? Why not? I have been to the shops. I have obtained snacks. I did browse a bookshop for a while, but my local bookshop is not great. It's a little bit rubbish. And they have this really weird way of organizing everything, which on one level I completely understand why. But on the other hand, it is deeply inconvenient for me in that their front of the shop is not a very big shop. In the front of the shop, they have new fiction on one side and new nonfiction on the other, but they jumble all the genres together in the new fiction section. So every time I go in looking for a new SFF book, I'm just like, well, I don't know where it is. It could be in SFF. It could be in the new fiction section. It could not be here. I don't know. And it's very frustrating. And I probably should just get over my social anxiety. I probably should just get over my social anxiety and actually talk to people in the shop. But probably not also. The person who I presume is the manager, because I've seen her in there a few times, and I just have suspicions, like fully went to me after I'd been in there for like 15 minutes, was like, do you need help? And I was like, hello? No, I'm fine. Please do not approach me. So that was fun. That was my morning. But yes, I'm enjoying a hearty breakfast of iced coffee and blueberries, and you weren't here for it, but I did eat a persimmon, which was very, very pleasant and very highly discounted, which is my favorite kind of fruit. How are we doing? Oh, there we go. I nearly started playing the audiobook of the Count of Monte Cristo then. That would have been not good. Anyway, how are we all? How are you doing? How are things? Let me know. Because at the moment, all I have is the your comments show up on StreamYard, and that's sad and depressing. But yeah, we're going to do some reading today. I've made a plan. My plan looks like this. This is my plan. Basically, I've just written out every single book I'm planning on reading for the rest of this week and next week, and I'm just going to read a chunk of all of them because I need some variety in my life. So I'm going to maybe do 10% or 100 pages of everything and have a good time. That's what I want. Sorry, everything's taking forever to load on my laptop. And I'm also going to apologize again for all of the sounds from outside, the sound of my fan and the sound from the back of the house, because it's too warm to live stream with the windows closed. It's just not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Is this running? Yes. Okay, we're all good. We're all good. If you can't hear me for any reason, you need to tell me though. So yeah. Hi. Hello also. I've named these YALC FOMO sprints. I don't know how many people actually have YALC FOMO. I personally, I'm not feeling it that much this year because I went to a birthday party outside thing like 2 weeks ago now, and I'm still recovering. So I know I would have just collapsed at YALC. It would have been embarrassing. But for those that are, and for those of us who maybe just want some time to fill up a weekend to stop scrolling on Twitter, maybe that's what this is for, perhaps. But yes, I think what we'll do is I'll natter at the camera until about 11, and then we'll do half-hour sprints, 15 minutes of chat, because that seemed to work last time. And I think 45 minutes, it's just too long for me. Like I get into a whole different zone and then I can't come back in. Hello, welcome, 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 welcome. I don't know how to greet people in a stream. I'm also so shiny. This is just terrible, terrible, terrible lighting today. We could maybe fix it slightly. No is the answer to that question because my blind doesn't want to work. Never mind. So yeah, I'm going to start off with, as I start most streams at the moment, I'm going to read 10% of the first binding by R.R. Veerdy. Then I'm going to read 10% of Daughter of Dr. Moreau. Then 10% of An Undertaking of Heart and Mercy, I believe it is called. And then I've got some other things. I don't know how long that's going to take, so I'm going to see where we get to, and I'll keep you updated. But basically, I'm reading all over the shop today. We got some sci-fi, we've got some fantasy, we've got some other things. Not much other than that, to be perfectly honest. Angela might try and persuade me to start reading The Wall of Storms. The dog might cry behind me. I don't know if you can see her. Let me see if I can excuse you if this makes you seasick. She's just there, chilling on the stairs. I don't think you can see her. She's a bit of a void today. But she is here, and she is slightly anxious because I left the house today, and she has some separation anxiety. We're working on it. We're working on sorting that. Mostly so that we can one day, leave the house for hours at a time. Luna, not right now. I'm doing a live stream. It's unacceptable. I know you're too warm, so you could go downstairs. All right, well, apparently I need to give attention now, so sorry about that. If you can just see my hand wiggling down here, it's because I'm petting the dog. My mum always says it looks like I've developed some sort of muscular twitch in my arm when we're on FaceTime because I'm always petting the dog just next to me. Maybe that's why she has separation anxiety and I should just pet her less. But then I would be missing out. So, what are we going to do? How are other people's pets coping with the warm if you're in the UK? Mine is not coping particularly well. She is one hot doggo. She's getting better at thermoregulating. She's realised she can sit on her cooling mat now, which is good. But yes, the other bit of reading I've done today is I am still listening to the Count of Monte Cristo. And let me tell you how far through I am after two months of listening. Less. It must be less than that. Come on, where's the app? There it is. 41%. Oh, okay, that's better than I thought it was going to be. Nice. I need to get to halfway through by the end of next week. So that bodes well, actually. That's not too bad. Not too shabby. Always pet the doggy. Yes, she is. She's been pretty cute. All right. I'm this kind of dog parent. I am going to take a photo of her now. And I might put it on Discord. But not if you cry at me. You just all have to promise to ignore how messy my desk is. I love that the Show Me Your Pets section of my Discord has just become my place where I can post pictures of Luna without shame or judgment. I just want to tell everyone how cute she is all of the time. I waited long enough to get my own dog. I'm going to milk it for all it's worth. Oh dear. But yeah, I haven't done much other reading since, because I only posted my What I'm Reading Right Now video yesterday. So because I filmed that in the morning, there's not been a lot of change since then that I can actually talk about, because I literally got to the end of the day. I'd edited an Animorphs video. I'd done a bunch of other editing. I'd sorted a whole bunch of stuff out. And then I collapsed on the sofa and watched like 8 episodes of Criminal Minds back to back, because for some reason I'm just really stuck in a Criminal Minds kick at the moment. And that reason is absolutely a particular actor in it. And I can't be held responsible for my actions. I'm sorry. But yeah, I think I'm going to have to put myself on a bit of a ban of watching Criminal Minds until I catch up on my reading, because it's got to be a bit of a problem. I'm going to need you to not. Right. I now need to ignore her for a bit. She might cry. Because my garden is full of neighborhood cats hiding in the bushes. Oh, that's so cute. We have a whole load of neighborhood... Oh, I can't talk today. We have a whole load of neighborhood cats. And because where I am in my office, I'm like overlooking the whole close. I get to see them on all their little cat adventures, pootling about, and we've named all the cats, but they're all named things like, that is Flat Cat, because it's always lying in a bit of a puddle. There's Orange Cat, which is Orange Cat. Good Cat, which is a cat which is good. There's Roof Cat. There's a whole bunch of cats. We enjoy watching them. It's a good time. We are looking after our next door neighbour's cat. That was my brain loading, buffering somewhat. We're looking after our neighbour's cat in 2 weeks, and the cat is called Binks. And for a long time, I didn't know why the cat was called Binks, and I didn't want to just go in and be like, are you a huge fan of Hocus Pocus? Because I also am a huge fan of Hocus Pocus. Can we be friends? And then eventually I was like, is this the reason? She was like, yes. I was like, great. And now we are good pals. And I intend to host a Hocus Pocus watching party in October where we can all hang out and watch Hocus Pocus. I'm very excited. because a good friend of mine has never seen it, and it is the most her film. Maybe not. I'll be interested to see her thoughts on it, because for me, I didn't watch it until I was an adult, which I think is unusual for a Halloween-y person like myself, but my parents weren't super into Halloween. So I watched it as an adult, and I was like, where has this been all my life? What is going on? And I don't think there is as much Hocus Pocus nostalgia in the UK as there is in the US. That is my theory, anyway. Boop-a-doop. I need to download the book onto my Kindle. That's what I need to do. Because very sensibly, before this, I actually did charge my Kindle, which very rarely happens. Normally, I am that person who just runs the Kindle into the dirt and then is like, oh no, now I need to leave it on the side and forget to charge it for 4 years. But because there's just so many new releases coming out in August, September, and because I'm taking August off, I have to read a lot of them now, which is why there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on this list for the next week and a half. Ooh. You've never seen it. Oh, it's so good. It's utterly fantastic. I think the only way to watch it at the moment, if you don't own a DVD of it, is Disney Plus. But I bet there are really cheap DVDs of it around. It's fantastic. It's just Bette Midler being phenomenal, and Sarah Jessica Parker is there, and oh, what's her name? It's gone from my brain, but it'll come back to me. And it's just wonderful 90s. So well written, so well acted. And unfortunately, I don't think the sequel is going to be very good. But hey, when is the sequel very good? When does that happen? Never. Never it happens. Never. But it is high up there on my list of Halloween films, because I don't like horror films. I don't like scary films. But give me like 3 witches having a great time. I'll watch that until the cows come home. And I don't even have cows. What are people planning on reading? That's what I want to know. What are we planning on doing? Yes, do it. Look it up. It's great. If you ever want a list of my recommended things to watch on Disney Plus, I will happily give it to you, because I spend too much time on there. That's what I do, depending on your interests, because I watch a lot of serial murder programs, but also a lot of children's cartoons. Whatever that algorithm is deeply confused by me. Much like our Netflix algorithm is deeply confused, because I jokingly said we love Peppa Pig when I was originally setting it up like 10 years ago. So occasionally it'll be like, do you want to watch Stranger Things, or do you really want to watch Peppa Pig? Is that what you want to watch right now? You told us you like it. Do you want to watch it? We don't want to watch Peppa Pig right now, but thank you so much. Right, shall we do some reading sprints? Shall we do some reading? I'm going to start with the first binding by RVD, which I've already said, but hey, I'll say it again in case anyone's joined in the meantime. This I've been reading for 4 weeks now. I'm not progressing very far, but it is what it is. And we're going to read another 10% today, and maybe try and read a bit more later, but we'll see how we go. The dog's probably going to cry a bit during this. That's absolutely fine. I'm going to aim to get to 33% of the way through, which would be a third. Oh, that's very satisfying. You watched me realize that in real time. Except I don't have it open because that's the little tour of Dr. Moreau. There we go. Ah, this is so exciting. Yes. Oh my goodness. I love Nettle and Bone. I hope you enjoy it. Let me know what you think about the ending. And more importantly, let me know what you think about the romance, because I'm very interested, because I was so on it. Angela loved it. I'm very intrigued. Very intrigued. Right. Okay, we're going to sprint until the half past of whatever hour you are currently in. So if you're in the UK, we're going until 11:30, and then we will have a natter for 15 minutes or so, and we'll touch base, and you can grab a coffee, and we'll have our best time. You're going to have to watch me mutedly eat blueberries, so I apologize for that in advance, but if I don't eat anything, this iced coffee is just going to go straight to my brain, and we will have a chaotic live stream, which would not be good. So, fantastic. Enjoy reading, everyone. And I will see you in half an hour or so. Hi, hello, we're coming back. I'm just going to turn the fan down so it's a little bit less background noisy in here. Hello. I'm just going to catch up on the chat because I was vaguely looking at it, but I was trying to not look at it too much. Hi, Marlene. Welcome, welcome. It's nice to see you. Angela was having a snooze, and we were debating the romance of Nettle and Bone, which this is also how I felt, but I think that I was substituting character ages for my own head ages. But I don't know that for sure because I could not tell you what age characters are because I never know. I never know what age characters are. Not once. Never in a million years. How did that go for everyone? Did we get a good half hour of reading and or doing other activities done? I got to 35% of the way through the first binding. Huzzah, hooray, this is wonderful. Which is more than I was expecting to, but I kind of didn't expect it to take the full half hour to read 10%, but I just need to accept this is a long book. I think I'm like 280 pages in if it were a physical book. And it's still very good. It's one of those things where there hasn't been an obvious stopping point yet. Like, right, we're nearly at the end of what would be a full book in another universe, in another scenario, and I can see why it's so long in a lot of ways. It's just been a long time since I've, not pun intended there, it's just been a while since I pulled everything together and read a really, really long book, not via audio. So, you know, it's a good time. I'm still enjoying it. I actually think it is starting to pick up a bit more now, so hopefully it'll go a bit faster as we go. Marlene's kind of having breakfast. No judgment. Very lazy Saturday. I've just eaten a whole planet of blueberries. I'm having the best day. Lyra of Red Valley, yay, yay. Oh, I'm sorry that it is not a thing. I really want to read Elder Race at some point, so let me know how that's going. Hopefully this way you can have like a chill morning. Ease yourself into the weekend, which is also supposed to be restful. I don't know. As I said in yesterday's video, I should say, I have been on holiday for a week, so I'm feeling very, what's the phrase? Rested. Why did that word take so long? Maybe I'm not as rested as I thought. 28 pages, kept being interrupted. Oh, I'm so sorry. The dog has actually fallen asleep in the most inconvenient position just because she's the one who always interrupts me. She's like between the two wheels of my wheelie chair, and she's just having a time lying on a hard wooden surface, which is what's under my desk, rather than in her bed or on the rug where she sometimes likes to lie, or downstairs on our bed. She has so many options, and yet she's choosing none of them. None of them. You choose on the floor. If you can hear a weird clicking noise, it's my desk chair's getting very old and needs replacing. What else have we got? My long book is 1,200 pages and only 28 chapters. No. I think we'd enjoy Elder Race's language and cultural anthropology stuff that we like. Yes, give it to me. Give me that language and cultural anthropology. I want it. Such long chapters should be forbidden. They should, or they have to have like very obvious stopping points, because my completionist tendencies, I have to get to the end of a chapter, which is why I was very nearly late to coming back to this, because I needed to get to the end of a chapter. But if it's a long chapter, then that takes forever, and I need like a logical stopping point, like a nice little you can pause here graphic. Take your time. What did I read that had no chapters in it? That was, oh, it's Dune. That doesn't really have chapter headings, but it has quotes. But the way that they laid out the edition that I had, they were coming up like in the middle of pages, and I found it very stressful. Not a good time. Purely for that reason. Oh, I nearly had to debate the reason I didn't love Dune to a work colleague that I don't know that well on my team a couple of weeks ago when I was in the office, and I just like had to very quickly be like, look, I can't articulate this now in a room full of all of our other colleagues. I cannot explain to you why I didn't like Dune and why I don't particularly want to read the other books in the series, as much as you're telling me they would be a great time. I have other books I want to read, and trust me, when I know what I like to read. See, mine just really didn't. I can pull it out and show you, but it's the Golanx special edition. They've just put them out with the quotes in them. So it's going to be pretty. I'm better at stopping mid-chapter, but shorter chapters still preferred. Yeah, I think I would just ignore whoever's on stream. I would just ignore whoever's on sprint until I was done with my chapter. You can tell I've been filming a lot this week. If I find myself saying sentences multiple times and going blah in the middle of them, that's 90% of what I cut out of my videos when I'm editing. Yes, Color of Magic, yes. Light Fantastic and Color of Magic don't have chapters? Am I right in saying that? I cannot remember. It's been a long time. Yeah. Oh, is it all of them? It's been a long time since I've read a Pratchett, to be honest. I read... What was the most recent one I read? Jingo. Would not recommend necessarily. Can see what it's doing, but would not necessarily recommend. But I've read a lot in my time. And it's one of those things where, again, if I make a decision to read all of them, you know I'm going to have to do it. And at the moment, I currently have like 4 or 5 projects of that ilk going on, and I should probably not add to that pile. Yeah, I made a Patreon post about how all the different projects I'm currently like planning or working on or vaguely have an idea for. I've realized I've really shooting myself in the foot when it comes to mood reading. I'm just not leaving myself any time to do it, but it's fine. Speaking of projects, we've got like 10 minutes, don't we? Do you want to see my latest sewing project? I'm sorry, dog. I'm going to have to extract myself from under you. It's here. What's going to be the best way to show you this? Is a garment. And this is actually the mock-up for a dress that I want to wear to a friend's wedding in... Ooh, like 3 weeks. I should probably get to work on the actual one. It's probably fine. But I had all of that linen left over, but I didn't have enough of the green or the blue to do a full dress in either. So I went with like a Harlequin theme, and I just need to hem the cuffs and hem the skirt, and then it's done and wearable. And I'm actually pleased with how the zip came out. It's grand. Let's read Discworld together in like 3 years. Yeah, 2026. Let's plan for it. Yeah, that feels like a good year. I'll put it in my schedule. You know I have a schedule going up to the end of 2023. Shh, it's fine. Okay, fair enough. I just haven't looked at a physical Discworld book in a very long time. New recording. Oh, Hogfather is one of my favorites, I will say. I read some Pratchett, and then I watched the... I read a whole bunch, and then I watched the Sky adaptations that have the Color of Magic, Light Fantastic, Hogfather, and Going Postal, which are they're TV adaptations of books, but they are very good. And at least I think the Going Postal one is good because it has David Suchet in it, and that's found. So those 3 I have like the most vivid connection with because I've both read the book and I've seen them. But yeah, Hogfather has a special place in my heart. It's one of my favorite books. Going Postal does have chapters. Yeah, there we go, because Going Postal is the one I've read the most often. Going Postal and Thud are my 2 that I have read multiple times. Yeah, then I went publication order. I think this is the problem. I think maybe when in 2026 we do our read through, we pick characters and follow them instead and find some cool like character way of doing it, because I think that's possibly a better option and means you get to jump about the years a bit more. Would be fun. Good fabric solution. Thank you, Marlene. Thank you. It's actually very cute. It's not quite... I'm having a really hard time finding... Because I really like wearing dresses. I have a great time in them. But I'm having a hard time finding like a top shape that I like. And usually it's because I don't want to wear an actual bra. Like, that's just honestly what the problem is. And I need to fix it. I'm darting about this conversation like nobody's business. There are cool Discworld maps. This is the thing. I think that's what we need to do. Because otherwise I will try and read them in publication order and I will get very, very stumped. Doing a reread of them, we're happy to. I mean, by the time we're in 2026, you might want to do a reread. It'll be fine. Yes, we should. Maybe if we did like 1 a year for the next 50 years. We'll do it. Contact play chat when broken up by deaths, wizard, witches. Yeah, I think that would be fun. Except that I get really stuck on who my favorite characters are. Like, I really mainly care about Death. I'll be honest. Who thankfully features in a number of books. But you just know that the Pratchett fandom in general has done all the work for you here, and we can just find someone to follow. Let's do it. Let me pull up my spreadsheet. My next month where I don't have a whole bunch of reading to do is April of 2023. There we go. Ooh, yes, that could be fun. The Year of Death, the Year of Witches. Yes, 100% death. And I really, that was one of the things I really liked about going into Good Omens, is it was just like, here is Discworld death. There you go. Death is the same. It's great. It's great. I actually have a picture that I bought at YALC. There we go. We've come full circle, and this is thematic again. YALC 2019, yeah, pre-pandemic, 2019. I basically, we were just moving house, or we just moved house, and we didn't own any art. And I basically went, I'm going to Artist Alley and I'm going to buy every art that makes me happy. And I got like a Prior of the Orange Tree print from Illumicrate. I got this really lovely artist whose name I don't remember, had done like an Inktober of this girl with a shelf full of poisons that I really loved. And someone did art of Death from Discworld and the death of rats next to him. And it's one of my favorite possessions. That's up in on our staircase, which I once had to film like a bit of my house for work. Don't ask why. It was a work social thing, and I basically decided to film all the weird bits of our house. So it was like, here is the death of rats and the poison lady, and then on top of our shelf on our stairs, we also just had, at the time, had a couple of not real skulls. And I think my colleagues were quite confused as to why our house was the way it was. April 20. Well, there we go, everyone. April 2023. The Dead Literature Science Alliance Good Book Reviews. Pratchett read along. It's happening. Motivation to get back. Yeah, I think that's the thing. We all need accountability, and other people to tell us we need to do it, or to make announcements that we're doing things. Zero book art, but would love to get some Monday. Yeah, I think it's very fun. I like book art that isn't super fandom specific. I know I've just said it's death and death of rats, but I feel like that sort of Grim Reaper art also gels with me, and for different reasons, obvious reasons. So when I was doing like Fairy Loot and Illumicrate and that kind of thing, back when I had disposable income and didn't have a mortgage, it was all the really specific fandom stuff I was never really that into. Like when it's got like a quote from a book that you read one time and didn't really enjoy emblazoned across it, and they're like, put this cushion in your house. I'm like, I'm okay, thank you. I don't want that. But when it's just like general bookishness or subtle fandom art, I'm here for that. I'm here for that. I'm trying to think if I got anything else on that trip. I feel like there was another something. Oh, it was a bunch of postcards. I used to have those postcards on my bookshelves. I had to take them down because we moved house and it was difficult. But yeah, I feel like cons are my favorite place to obtain art, because you can like meet the person and get a feel for what other things they do, and then follow them on Instagram and you get to see what they're making. Like, oh, Girl in the Rain, that's who the lovely Poison. I'm gesturing to it like it's here. It's not, but I would love to get some more of her prints, or their prints. I have no idea what pronouns they use. And just put them everywhere. I really want to get some nice relaxing art for either sides of my desk so I can stare at it while I'm trying not to yell at my colleagues. That would be nice. Alrighty, are we ready to do some more sprinting? I am picking up my Kindle again, but switching book, because next on my... Oh, you really can't see that. It's being completely blown out. But next on my list is I'm going to read 10% or 15% or so of Daughter of Dr. Moreau by Sylvia Marino Garcia. I have started this. I really loved it. It's very odd, but that kind of jives with me at the moment. Jives? I'm jiving with it at the moment. There we go. And I'm going to finish this iced coffee and have a lovely time. Yes, Angela. Sprint, sprint, sprint. I hope everyone has a wonderful sprint. We'll go until 1:15. I forgot to turn off the ticking banner. There we go. We're going to go until 1:15. Yes. Yes, that is half an hour from now. I can remember times and names and dates and places. It's fine. Show me my comments. Show me them. There we go. To answer your question, Angela, not currently. I was waiting to see if you would be here to persuade me. So you have half an hour to work up your argument for persuading me to divert from this list and add Wall of Storms to it. That's your challenge. That's your challenge. I'm a sucker for it. One day I'll show you my spreadsheet. Oh, it's beautiful. Right, let's do this thing. I shall see you in half an hour or so. Hello, 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 hello. We are back. And I get to tick some things. Well, not tick some things off my list, but put a little tally mark next to some things on my list so that I know that I've read 10% or 100 pages of them. So I read another 10% of The Daughter of Dr. Moreau, and it was very, very good. I still have absolutely no idea where it's going. Maybe I would if I'd read the original. I don't know, but I'm enjoying it. I read 10% of The Undertaking of Heart and Mercy. So far, there's an Undertaker. I'm excited about that. There's some weird alternate portal stuff going on. Interested in it, enjoying it. And I read not quite 100 pages because even I'm not that speedy. 33 pages of Spinning Silver by Naomi Novik, which I will continue in the next sprint. Because why not just end up with like 15 books on my currently reading list? Why not? Yeah, I haven't read this since I first got it, and actually this is technically Justine's, and this is from when I think it was before we were like properly friends. She got sent 2 copies by Macmillan and forwarded one on to me because she knew that I was really excited to read it, and I was like such a tiny weeny baby creator that they were never going to send me one. So she sent me her bonus copy, and I honestly, it was the foundation of a friendship that has lasted what, like 5 years now. Amazing. Right. Why Judith should read Wall of Storms. Angela's reading it. A very valid comment. Reading Chorus of Dragons was very good fun. Ken Liu is brilliant, yes, and it's going to have nerdy, cool tech descriptions. All good arguments, but I think this is the one that really cracks it. The series came out and ended, so we can read it, and then my completionist brain can make a series review. Look, you're not wrong. I do have all of August I could read it in, along with the rest of the books. It could be an August project because I don't have a schedule for August. Right, I will add it to the bottom of this list to start. Bearing in mind, I'm currently in the middle of book 4 of one. That would make it book 9. So if I get through 10% of a whole bunch of other books, then yes, I will start Wall of Storms. I'm just going to go, by the way, I haven't actually said how far we're going today. We're just going to go. Just trying to get Stephanie to join, so potential 3-way Space Sirens buddy read. I mean, that would be pretty impressive. And we could actually do a follow-up to a book that we've talked about in the past, which I don't think we've ever actually managed to do, so that would be exciting. 9% of the Lyre of Red Valley, 1 more sprint left of it. Oh, fantastic. And just a general yay from Angela. Yes, okay, right. I think I have it on script. Let me double check, because if it's not on script, I'm not buying it because I have to buy at least one other book today, and my bank account won't like me. Well, yes, it is there. 1,054 pages, or 16 estimated hours on script. Those are like phone screen pages. It's not actually that long, although it probably is quite long. So yes, fine. If I get through, so I've got to do 100 pages or 75 or so more pages of Spinning Silver. Then I'm picking up the second Binti book, which I might just try and read all of because it's not going to be very long. Then 100 pages of Jasmine Throne, 10% of Long Shadow, 10% of the Book Eaters, and then I will get to Wall of Storms. I think we can do that. I'm trying to track everything on Storygraph so I can check how many pages I've actually read today, because that's my goal, is pages and variety rather than finishing anything. I've just realized I forgot to mark Spinning Silver as currently reading, so I shall do that right now while we are on together. Because why not? That is the edition I'm looking at. Yes, it is. And I've read 33 pages. So yes, currently I have read 245 pages today, which I'm not mad at. 80 pages left of Elder Race. My main thought is, man, I think Judith will really like this when she does get to it. Thank you. That is always a good thought to have. It is a chunk. They're all pretty chunky. Oh, hi, Asha. Welcome. I think I was talking about you earlier, but I can't remember. Elder Race is fab. Yeah, I'm gonna get to it. I'm not adding anything else to the list today. Binti is my favorite. Nice. Yeah, I had a good time rereading the first one. And it's time to finish the series because, as ever, overbooked calls. So yeah, I need to buy that in the next sprint. That's the plan. But yeah, very rarely do I have this energy of I just want to read well, 9 different books all in one day, but I'm really feeling just the need to dip in to a lot of different stuff today. This is not always the vibe, but my brain wants all the variety and none of the going deep into things. So we'll see. Yeah, I currently have, how many books do I have listed as currently reading? 2, 3, 5. And we will hopefully be up to like 9 by the end of today. It's fine. Hi, by the way. Hi. Ooh, I'm losing my voice. That's not good. I shall also go and have to get some hydration at the end of this chatteroo, because otherwise I will expire. That will happen. The dog has moved slightly for a dog update. She is now even more, if that was ever possible, inconvenient position next to my rolly wheels, and she will get squashed. She will. And for some reason you're covered in grass, and I don't know why, because you've not been outside. But that's how it is with the small one living here. I'm sorry you can hear them. They're like, basically because we're so high up, we're on level with the trees in our neighbours' gardens. And there are lots of little, I don't know what they are, I'm not a bird expert, but lots of little tweety birds, thank you, living in the trees just outside. So I can't see them, but I can indeed hear them. It's better than in our old house where I never did live streams, because every 10 minutes or so we would have the screech of a red kite, which is a bird of prey that is around a lot in Oxfordshire, and we used to live where they nested, or at least one of them nested, and it would just scream. And I'm very glad that we do not have that anymore. Now I just have these lovely tweety sounds, so I'm glad that you are enjoying them. When I finish this day, but 0 pages to feed my children. How unreasonable that you have to feed the children. Oh, well, you know, if you don't finish it today, that's absolutely fine. What really happens when we don't finish a book? I often find myself thinking this, like, the world will not end if I DNF various different things. If I don't ever get to the end of that book, I'll just not know how it ends, and that's fine. The Tweety Bird sounds. Yeah, I have absolutely no idea what you can hear because I haven't actually tested the audio on this today. Sorry about it. I keep meaning to set up my external microphone because I have my Yeti mic that I use for filming. But A, it's over there because I've been using it for filming. And B, all of my USB slots on my laptop are currently taken up by other things. Like I have my camera plugged in, I have my external hard drive plugged in because I might do some editing later. There's everything is in there. And it's the other reason I can't update my laptop to a new laptop because they get rid of all the USB drives, and I don't want to have to buy a bunch of added external doodads in order to just plug the things in that I should be able to plug in normally, because Apple are trying to take all of my money. We just know this. We know this. Thank you very much. That is good to know. That is good to know. But I think the new one could probably eliminate some of the sounds of screaming if some children decide they want to play on the clothes today. Because I'm not going to be that neighbour who's like, how dare you, youths? How dare you exist and have fun in the summer? How? Why? I'm here. I'm doing my live stream. You know, I could lean into that. Although I do think that my neighbour and her 6-year-old daughter have magical powers, because Luna has been off her food for a few days, basically just because it's been too warm. She's absolutely fine. And then yesterday we went outside and they were also outside, and she got some pets through the fence. And after that, she was perfectly happy to eat all of her dinner. She's eaten most of her breakfast today. I think my neighbours have magical powers. Just, I have told them this. Like, if the dog doesn't eat again, I am going to need you to hang out in your garden and we'll have a bit of a chat, because clearly it worked. That is the thing. I haven't read this is a confession, and a terrible one. I haven't read a library book in maybe 4 years, 3 or 4 years, partly because obviously we've had a panorama, and I do not live near enough to the library that it's like a quick nip there, back. It's all fine. It would take me probably more than an hour. And also I have had enough books to be going with, but I really, like, this is a constant goal. I really do want to reuse my library more, just to use my library more, and get back into the habit of it, because I'm so out of habit. And it's partly because I always have to order things into our library, because as ever, I do not live near whoever is curating a really good sci-fi selection in the library, sci-fi fantasy selection. So it's ordering things in, and at that point, I have to like remember to go, and I have to remember to take money to pay for the thing, and it's all just a bit of a mess. But I would like to. It is a goal. It's not a goal that I think I'm going to get to. But maybe I'll do it for my Brandon Sanderson project. I'll order them into the library, because then I'll have to go to the library and then I can read new things. That's the other thing, is I get too tempted by things and then veer off in other directions rather than the schedule, which, as we know, must be obeyed. See, someone's parking, someone's pulling up. Noises are happening. So yes, I'm going to obtain some water. I'm going to take all of my rubbish gubbins downstairs while I obtain that water, and then finish off spinning silver, and then start Binti home. That's the plan. That's the plan. Ebooks and audiobooks. Yes, see, we do have an ebook system, but I am never patient enough. This is possibly the thing. It's the instant gratification thing of, I can buy an ebook and it's right there right now. If I put an ebook on hold at the library and it could turn up at any moment because someone returns it or I forget about it and then it's been 4 weeks, I find that very stressful. But I would, again, maybe that's just something I need to get a grip on. Obviously, issue that so many reserved library not reading my own books in months. Oh no. Whereas Marlene is fully in my zone. Obey the schedule, Judith. I will follow the schedule. Past Judith has set it out for me, so everything will be simple. Delivery these days, good stuff like Excalibur Curse. I don't want to take the chance. This is the thing, yeah. And I did for a while. I think I read the Old Kingdom books on Libby, like the Sabriel ones. I'm pretty sure I remember the Libby interface for that, but I think I might have even been reading it on desktop, so I was probably sneakily reading while at work. Don't tell anyone. So yes, I would like to give more of my time and energy to the library, because I think libraries are amazing. The Libby app is great for the in the US, but not sure if there's an option in other countries. Yeah, we do have Libby. Yeah. I just haven't been using it. In fact, it is installed on my phone, because just on occasion, especially if there's something like a book club book or something that's not on script, I will usually check both places before I buy an ebook of it, because as ever, I don't want to spend money that I do not have to spend. In fact, I should probably check that Binti isn't on there, because I know it is on. No, it's not. It says no. I know it's not on script, because even though the first one is on script, they haven't put the second and third one on. Why? Super annoying. Never mind. You can postpone holds. Oh, see, this is the thing. I need someone to teach me the ways. Ash Renanza, teach me the ways. Yeah, we do have it, yes. And Audible on script, no, we're not giving the total percentages. I can get percentages on script. What do we mean by total percentages? I'm interested. Because yeah, I can. You have to like go to a different place to see it. I can see total percentages on script, certainly for audiobooks. And your phone won't let you go faster than 2 times. This is the disadvantage. Although I can do script, I can do 3 times. Audible, I can do 3.5, which is always a great time. But you know me, I like an audiobook as fast as possible. Honestly, if it could let me do 4 times, I would do that. I would put it on that. It would be great. I forgot to turn off the banner again. Why am I such a terrible person? I feel like we are living in something of a golden age of access to ebooks, though. I'm enjoying it. As much as I don't like giving all of my money to Jeffrey Bezos, I do have a Kindle and I am enjoying it. And whoever it was who was like, maybe people would like to speed up their audiobooks, I give them a medal, give them an award, give them my love, my heart, my soul, my firstborn, all of the above. Right, I need to go and obtain Watir. But it's a script app to by me. Fair enough. This one 1.25 speed. Let's see if we could get into this. This is the topic for next sprint. We'll talk about speed of audiobook and for everyone's comfort level for that. I'm interested. Let's go. Let's do it. We're going to go until not quarter to. We're going to know until the next hour, which for us in the UK will be 1 o'clock, at which point I will definitely need to grab some food. But we're going to keep going because I've got nothing else to do with my day. And my other option is hoovering, and I really don't want to hoover. So we're going to postpone that as far as we possibly can. I'm going to probably also put some laundry on, though, because it's a lovely day for drying laundry, and I'm a domestic goddess. Right. I'll see you all in half an hour or so, but I will be back up in a minute. Ooh, let me turn the fan down. Hello, I'm talking somewhat quietly in order to not terrify you too much. Happy sprinting. How did it go, everyone? I got to about 100 pages through Spinning Silver, and then about 27. I've just written on Storygraph, so I do know not about 27, exactly 27% of the way through Binti Home, the second Binti book. Frustratingly, can't buy the bind up as one book on Kindle. Annoying, but it is what it is, and that is what happens. And it's still much, much cheaper than buying the actual novellas, because it was like £10 for an 89-page book. No, I'm not doing it. Which was good. I'm enjoying it so far. It's not going to be super long, so I'm going to probably finish it in the next sprint and then move on to something else. And I'll let you know what I thought about it then. But so far, very much enjoying it. Very much enjoying looking back on the events of Binti and kind of like dealing with some of the traumas of that, because it's quite a traumatic book, is the first Binti book. Anyway, how is everyone else doing? Asha has read the first Skyward novella. Ooh, did you enjoy it? I can't remember if you've read, hello. I can't remember if, Asha, you've read Cytonic. You have, haven't you? I think that you should tell me. This is a strange sentence. If our theory is that originally the novellas were part of Cytonic, and then they were like, no, Cytonic just has to be one perspective. You can't throw all of this extra stuff in. So Brandon Sanderson was like, fine, novellas. Let me know what you think. Good, 30 pages done that time, about the same to go. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, yay. Okay, I'm going to have to look this up, because I haven't actually had a chance of Red Valley. Oh, I know the cover. Was it excellent and good? I'm glad. Where have you gone? There's the right tab. Oh, Catherine, how are we doing? Are we doing okay? Did we enjoy it as a series? Had a good time? Please do let me know. I'm very excited. And we've got more people. Hi. Hello. Welcome. Welcome. We're just doing some sprints. We're having a good time, especially for those who are not at the Young Adult Literature Convention this weekend and wanted to have a bit of time to hang out. As you can tell, I'm not there. I'm at home. Oh, this is a very, very good green screen and excellent audio compression. You just can't tell I'm actually at a convention center. Imagine. I've read Cytonic novella, was pretty good. Felt more like the first book, which is what I like most. Interesting idea about the POVs. I can see. Yeah, see, it's so much, in my opinion, it's so much better than Cytonic. I'm like, this has to be the bit that Brandon Sanderson is actually interested in writing, right? You know, when you just get that sense, especially in big series where they'll very suddenly shift character and you're like, ah, you decided your main character was a bit boring, didn't you? Oh no. Naming no names, but definitely actually naming the, what are they called? The Samantha Shannon series. Mask. One of them's the Mask Falling, but the one Bone Season books. There we go. Had a great time with the series. I'm so glad. I love people finding Chorus of Dragons, because it's so like weirdly underhyped. I know Angela and I have been hyping up for however many years. Not that many. I need to eat some lunch. Angela and I have been hyping up for a while. I've been hyping up for a couple of years, and it's very nice having people enjoying it. Great urban fantasy horror blends with lots of twists and turns and a great female main character. Nice. Very nice. Urban fantasy horror. Don't think I've ever read one. Correct me if I'm wrong, anyone who knows what I've read better than I do, but don't think I've ever read one, so maybe I need to pick one up. Cytonic was so fillery. Yes, absolutely. And really added nothing. I think it should be 4 teeth in. I think it should have been 4 novellas, and Cytonic should have been one of them, and it should have been massively cut down. Would that not have been a better time for everyone? I think so. But if you are a Cytonic stan, feel free to sound off in the comments. I've obtained hydration. I hope you've all enjoyed watching me try and like heft my enormous water bottle every 5 minutes, because I can tell you that it has reached 25 degrees in my office, which is not too bad, to be fair. It's been much worse. Let me tell you what that is in Fahrenheit. Celsius to Fahrenheit. 77. There we go. I thought it was about 77. Did you find the Chorus of Dragon series? On Memory of Souls right now, I own the House of Boys and Discord of Gods. Yes, excellent. This is just turning into a Chorus of Dragons fan stream. It's one of my favorite series. I don't know why. I think it was a combination of like the joys of the reading experience. Thank you, Angela, for letting me buddy read the latest books with you and reread them all. That was a great time. And also just like, there's something about getting to the end of a chunky 5-book series that's really good fun. I don't know if you can tell, they are actually behind me. They're right up there. or 3 of them are. I don't know where the other 2 have got to. My bookshelves are a big question mark at the moment. I need to do a bit of work on them. But also I really don't want to have to pull all my books off the shelves again. It's been a year since we moved. We're in need of that fine-tuning that comes after a year. But yes, we were going to talk about audiobook speeds. Let me scroll back up. We had some people. Angela's saying, thank goodness they kept you at 3.5. How dare. No, they should let me listen at every speed that I want to. 10 times speed. Let me finish a 6-hour book in an hour. Let me do it. Can't listen more than 1.25 speed. Very valid. As we all know, personally, I am a very fast gal. Which in some ways I can see people's point of maybe you're not absorbing all of the information, but I have done the immersion reading thing where you put the audiobook on at the same time as you're reading, because Angela talks about it all the time. And I'm like, yes, this sounds like a great way to read. What an enjoyable time. It'll help me focus. I'll have a great time. And then even at 3.5 times speed, I'm jumping ahead. My brain is just whizzy. And I don't mean that as like a gloaty, complimenty thing. It is just that, like, I need to zip through it as fast as I can. Everything needs to work as fast as my train of thought, which is probably a little bit too fast. Oh, we already did that one. My bookshelves doesn't find my growing extra stacks on my table. I have no place to go. I mean, like, there is a stack here. There's more down the side of here. There's a stack next to the bookshelf. The stack's on top of the bookshelf. Most of those are on hauls. And I have 2 more shelves downstairs that are in desperate need of some TLC because we just shoved everything on there and then I moved half of the stuff upstairs and not the rest of it. And everything just needs a major overhaul. An unhaul. I just need to do some shelf love. That needs to happen. This is all a bit of a mess. If I can't do audio, I'm comfortable listening about 2 times speed for comprehension, but it makes the voices sound so alien and skippy, and it loses them. This is probably true. I played. What were we doing? Where were we? It was some sort of like craft thing we were doing, and everyone was downstairs, and I had an audiobook in because I was just doing some like mindless sewing. And my headphones cut out and the audiobook started and people looked at me like I was listening to something in an alien language. And I was just like, I've tuned in, I'm dialed into it now. And I think that's part of it. Very rarely do I start a book at 3.5 times speed. Even if I'm just like dipping back in the next day, I'll start it off at 2 and I'll ramp it up. And I think there is something to be said that like your brain can wire into something that fast. I think Angela was talking about it a while ago. I can't remember when it was. But about how actually like getting up to that speed, you do kind of have to train your brain to do it. And it's not like a case of, and if you can't do it, you're doing it badly and everyone should be aiming to get to 3.5 times speed. But just like, I have been doing this for a while and my brain can really gear into it. Dialogue sounds weirdly too fast for me. See, I genuinely just don't have this problem. I quite happily am listening to it. But maybe that's, again, either tuned in brain stuff or it's been so long that I've just stopped noticing that I'm not noticing something. Maybe. I do find it intriguing, though, how different people's brain works. So distracted, speeding up helps with that. From zone out for a bit and go home. This is the problem. This is the other problem. I had that today. I was listening to the Count of Monte Cristo current audiobook on the way into town because I'm walking into town at the moment because I don't want to get infested with things. And I completely went off in like a brain tangent for maybe only about 30 seconds. And at 3.5 times speed, that does put you like a minute and a half. No, 3. Whatever 3.5 times half is, thank you, ahead in the dialogue. So you do miss a fair amount if you drift off. But I find that I'm more likely to drift off if it is slower. But you just miss less. There's a balance there. Pretty much any situation I think of. This is true, but I am ambling about a lot, so audiobook works for that. I don't really do it when I'm just sat down chilling. We're worrying to get into high speeds when you slow down and just complete an utter. Who was it? Was it another live stream again? Like someone was talking about their partner put on an audiobook at regular 1 time speed, and it was just agony. I can't do it. I'm the same with podcasts. It needs to be on fast. Audio's half make it so distracted. We already did this one. Yes, we did this. I'm caught up on the comments. But no, like everything. I'm listening to Roll Plus Heart at the moment, and I just need it on 3.5 a 2 at a minimum. People talk very slowly, myself included. Like, I edit myself faster. I edit my subtitles at a higher speed. I like efficiency. I like to get done with things faster than otherwise. For binge the series 30 seconds. And oh yeah, no, that a lot changes very quickly in that book. I do it for very, very short things. I sometimes have things on slower. Method knitting with an ebook. That's very impressive. See, that's a skill I do not possess. I can't read and do anything else. That's why I'm doing these streams, because otherwise I'll start reading and then I'll just be like, oh, I'll also just pick up some stuff off the floor, and it just doesn't work for me. Doesn't work. That's my multicast. I don't think that's a concession. I think that's a superpower. I'm just saying. I think that is a skill. People who can read while on treadmills, I'm in awe. I cannot do it. If I'm moving, I cannot also be reading. Something to do with like all of the ways my brain bits are connected up. Yeah, I can't do it. I need to have an audiobook on for that. Otherwise it doesn't work. I have realized recently that I've got really bad habit with multiple different stimuluses at one point. And I realized this because I was sat on the sofa with a headphone in, playing some music, something on the television, and TikTok running on my hand, in my phone. And I just had a moment where I was like, this is probably too much. This is maybe the reason I'm getting so tired all the time and completely burning out, is that I am just feeding my brain like 4 different pieces of information. It was terrible. Only stuff you don't care about, this doesn't matter. Maybe that's the solution, is just finding things that you just need to get through. But I care about all of them. I care about everything deeply. Like, I finished Carnival of Ash. It was so terrible. I should have just finished it. I DNF'd it even, but I just kept going. But yeah, people who can read on treadmills, people who can read while doing other things, I can't do it. I used to be able to read while walking up and down in the garden in like the middle of very, very intense lockdown, when we couldn't really go anywhere but the garden. But then we wore a path into the grass and we were worried we weren't going to get our deposit back, so we stopped doing that. It's really bad. Like, I don't know what you do to stop that, because the other thing is, if I'm not doing that, then I need something else to do with my hands. And I tried knitting and it didn't really work for me. I get too frustrated and it requires a level of focus that I don't have. But somehow scrolling things and playing competitive Tetris, I play a lot of competitive Tetris, but somehow it doesn't require that. So I need like a mindless hand activity that still takes up enough of the brain that I won't get bored of it. Is there a solution? It's probably something like crochet. Like, I just get all my yarn back out again. But I don't need anything crocheted or knitted, and I don't know anyone who wants crocheted or knitted things who doesn't have the ability to make them themselves. So I would just end up festooned with slightly shoddy, because I made them at the same time as watching Criminal Minds, knitted projects. I don't know. Also, I had too many friends who are very, very skilled at knitting, and it would just be embarrassing to be like, I made this misshapen, lumpy shape. Help me. I can't do it. Oh, dear. We are going to go again. And this time I am going to go grab some lunch. So if you would like to do the same, feel free. So I will probably leave up I'm just grabbing lunch banner. Then we'll be back to do some more reading. I'm trying to decide what I want to have for lunch. Probably some toast with some stuff on it. I'm excited. I'm gonna go obtain some lunch, and then I'll be back. I will probably eat not on camera, because I feel like that's maybe a step too far. Like, you can see me snacking on blueberries. We don't need to see me just consuming toast. But yeah, if you want to read for another half hour, read for another half hour. If you want to grab some lunch as well, let's do it. We'll meet back here for a recap and a resolution, and I will go through some of these what people do while they're watching TV, because I'm interested in it. I want to know. When we're back, let's go. I'm just going to edit the banner so it says sprinting or getting lunch until the next 45 minutes. Plonk it up. Yeah, I'm definitely going to forget to edit that, and people will be very confused the next time we have to go to this one. Let's do it. Put you back into it. unmute my microphone. I'm a terrible person. I didn't unmute my microphone. Hello. Sorry, that was probably scary now because I forgot to go to. Oh, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Sorry about that. If I was saying, it feels like it's been longer than half an hour because I went downstairs and ate some toast. But on the bright side, the dog has moved from being in the way. So I can now hear her, and she might be coming back upstairs to be in the way again. But at the moment, she was having quite a nice nap downstairs when I left her. Apologies. What were we talking about before the break? Before the sprint, we were talking about doing things while reading and what else we can do. Rachel does Sudoku while watching TV. That's very smart, because that is a good level of brain use. There we go. Evidently, I need to drink more water and vitamins. Asha would take a crochet wizard boyfriend. I think that might be beyond my capabilities. Million knitted and crocheted shawls and blankets for no reason. I have blankets from when I did crochet, and we just don't get out the knitted blankets anymore because the dog loves blankets, and wherever you put them, even if you think they're out of reach, she will obtain them, and she will, like, she doesn't make biscuits like a cat, but she just makes a mess. There we go. Sorry. Also sorry. Yeah, it was just me being terrible, like an old lady on the internet. Every time I still do I forgot that I was on mute, because I mute myself in meetings because I'm tippy-typing away all the time because I'm usually doing my emails at the same time, and I forget, and I feel like the most silly person in the world whenever I leave a microphone on mute. I just do. It is my least favorite thing that can happen. How did that go? I had some lunch. I thought to myself, oh, I'll read more of Binti while I eat lunch, and instead I scrolled TikTok for 10 minutes. I need to just delete the app again, don't I? I just need to delete the app. We're going to do it together. We're going to do it right now, in fact. I'm doing it now. I'm deleting it. Sorry, basically, I keep downloading it because my brain says it's supporting Justine, who makes some excellent TikToks. But every time I just end up scrolling for hours and hours of stuff that doesn't matter. Do you want to uninstall this app? Okay. How long before I install it again? Maybe like a month. But it has been deleted for now. I should probably also, if there were a way to let Instagram just let me see stories, because that's what I like watching, and not see reels, because I scroll it forever. Marlene spent on writing a review. Now it's time for a coffee. Nice, but good to get a review written. I am going to have quite a lot after I finish this pile of books, so that's fun. Asha had some lunch. Nice. I have added electrolytes to this water, so if this looks really cloudy and murky and gross, it's because I have added things to it. Just because I used to do cold brew tea in water bottles at work because I love cold brew tea. It's very pleasant. And people be like, what on earth are you drinking? Why is it that color? So I always feel the need to disclose. But Sarah finished her book. Excellent. Yay. A successful day for all. Molly doesn't have the crochet do. My sister has it, though. It seems like a lovely habit. I think so. I think it is a good one and a very good mindfulness habit. But I cannot pick up another hobby. I just can't. It's not the time. I did, however, getting back to reading, I did get a bit more of Binti Home read. I am on 79% of the way through. It says I've got about 11 minutes of reading left. 7 minutes, in fact. So I will finish that in the next chunk. And then, according to the master list, we are going on to reading 100 pages or so of The Jasmine Throne, which, if you just watched, I had to go downstairs and get because it's been sat on my downstairs bookshelf for a while. And I'm rereading this, ready to read The Oleander Sword, the sequel, which I have a review copy for. So I'm wanting to get to that. So it's a lot of rereading happening at the moment. But yeah, Binti, I'm enjoying. Yeah, it's very good. I think it is better than the first one. It is about, what, 30 pages longer than the first one? Maybe? The first one's 89, second one, yeah, about that. And it does just have a bit more time to spell everything out. I think it's interesting how much of it is explaining what happened in book one. I don't actually know what the gap between them was. And we can find out together right now. So Binti came out in 2015. Oh, okay. Binti Home, apparently, at least the edition I'm reading, came out in 2017. And then the third one was 2018. So there was a bit of a gap. Maybe it felt necessary to do a recap. But in such a short book, you'd think it would just be like, look, just read It's 90 pages, just read Binti again if you want the recap. Let's jump in. Interesting. And I suppose it's because so much of it is about the choices Binti is making. This is going to make no sense to most people, but I'm talking. It's the choices that she made in the first book, and like all of the things she's doing in the second book are because of that. And okay, I'll take it. Asha has not had. I haven't had a physical copy, to be fair. I've just got the NetGalley arc. I assume that it's going to be finished copies from Orbit rather than ARC versions. When is it actually out? I'm looking at my spreadsheet. It's out on the 15th of August, so maybe they'll go out at the start of August if they're going out. I don't know. You should ask. I want to start a new book today and ignore the other current reads I'm staring at. You? Yes, please let us know the options. What are the options? Nap time. Valid nap time, Angela. You were up at 6 a.m. Nap away. It's a very different time for you. It's fine. So waste of space in the novel to do a previous one. It's not quite that. It's not, you know, a 5 pages dedicated to a recap, but it is a fair amount of like, here is what happened to me and this is why I'm making that choice, rather than just being like, I'm making that choice and you as a reader know what happened to me. But hey, it's fine. It's fine. You really don't need to apologize for having a nap. No one ever apologized for having a nap again. Ever. Naps are valid. The only reason to apologize for having a nap is if someone is in mid-conversation with you, which I have had happen to me before, and it was very rude. And in fairness, the person had just got back from being away for quite a while, and I had been by myself, and I was like, time to chat. And they were like, I need to nap. So, fair enough. Would you basically be doing the Clash of Kings, the Book of M, and I Am Pilgrim? I've only read the Book of M, and I found it... Am I thinking of the right one? Let me Google it first, because otherwise I'm going to... Not the Book of Mormon. I do not wish to Google the Book of Mormon. Thank you. Book of M. Yes. I thought it was very, very miserable, but that might be your thing. It was one of those books where just the whole time I was like, oh, I despair. Yeah, Asher I think is in a similar boat, where just some things are just too a bit off. And also, if I'm remembering correctly, there's some stuff about memory in it. Yes. And it's very, to me at least, from personal experience, it really hit home on some like personal connections to Alzheimer's and dementia that I have, and I found that very emotional. But your mileage may vary, you know. As I'm constantly talking about books, so rude. How dare. There's Station 11, that kind of, yeah. This is, yeah, it's that vibe. Although I've not read Station 11, so we know what we're talking about though. It's like when someone compares something to later books. No, what's it called? The series that Angela's always reading, Malazan. I'm like, I know what you mean. I have not read them, but I know exactly what you mean. Oh, but yeah, I've not read The Clash of Kings, nor have I read I Am Pilgrim. In fact, I'm going to look them up to see if I know the covers. Ooh. Oh, right, yep. Toy. Clash of Kings is by George R. R. Martin. I should know this, but Game of Thrones really passed me by. It just wasn't for me. What did I do? Don't Google I don't know what I've done that you're saying don't. I'm a little bit out of sync with the chat, so I have no idea. What else am I looking up? I Am Pilgrim. Oh, okay. Yeah. All very valid. Came outside in the garden. It's so bright. It's so warm. We have hit, for those wanting an update on the temperature in my office, it's 25 still, but it is getting warmer, and the sun is coming around and blasting down on the roof, and that's why I look a very funny color. But I'm not planning on it. It's not a plan to focus my series constantly. Yes, always good to progress the series. Let's take a Game of Thrones is only okay. I don't think that's that hot of a take. I'll be honest. It's a fairly like common take. I read the first one and it was fine, and I had no desire to continue on with the series, especially when I know it's never going to be finished. Right? We were all in agreement. It's never ever going to be finished. It's fine. I don't want to read it. You'll hate it. I know. I'm not picking it up. No plans to. Too many names in Game of Thrones. I couldn't cope. Wasn't a problem I had with it, but I think that's probably because at the point that I read Song of Ice and Fire, I had seen enough of the series. I never like sat down and watched the series, but you know how you just absorb that kind of popular culture thing. Like I absorbed more of Game of Thrones from Twitter and the internet than I did from actually seeking it out and watching it. So by that point, I knew who the major players were, and that really helped me. So if everyone could just produce like the first episode of a TV series before I read the books, that would be great. That'd be fine. Worshipped on, is it still though? Because maybe I'm following different booktubers. Maybe that's just me. But I feel like the real hype for Game of Thrones was a few years ago, and I was watching it was a really interesting video essay, and if I can find it, I'll link it somewhere, but about how basically like Game of Thrones as a franchise, as a thing, had all of this merch, had all of this popularity. It was all there, like everyone was buying all of it. People were getting tattoos, people were doing this, and this, and it fell away as soon as the series ended. And like, whether you liked the ending of the series or not, I'm not here to judge. I didn't watch all of it, so I can't comment. I know how it ended, but like, there are people obviously who still love it and who are still engaging with it, and like they're still selling millions of copies of the books, I'm sure. But as like an entity, it was hugely short-lived in terms of like fandom merchandise. I find it very fascinating, and it's interesting what things, mainly in terms of merchandise, right? Because that's one of the big ins for things. Like, it's so important to have merchandise for popular things. Like, look at The Mandalorian and such, and the merch that wasn't there. Or Baymax, we've been talking about that recently, that there aren't any good Baymax plushies out there. And like how much that feeds into fandom, because then you have like the objects you can own, like everyone looking for Stranger Things merchandise at the moment, and the longevity of that merchandise. Game of Thrones was around for a long time, but I don't think you really see new Game of Thrones stuff being brought out anymore, whereas people are bringing out new, admittedly very different franchise, but new Star Wars stuff every minute. I find it very fascinating, and I would like to know. Station number so boring. Valid. I did like the Sea of Tranquility. Awesome. And Baymax. If you haven't watched the Baymax series on Disney Plus, you do not need the context of Big Hero 6, although Big Hero 6 is a perfect film. It's so good. Such a great film. But if you haven't watched the Baymax series, it's 6 episodes. They're all 10 minutes, so you'll be done in an hour. And it warmed my heart. It was so good. Did I cry at every single episode? Yes, I did. I wept like a tiny weeny baby. Katie was concerned, but it's fantastic. The animation is so great. When I started the book, there was so much Game of Thrones merch, and then it dropped to nothing. Yes, and I feel like the one like book franchise that has really stood the test of time is the franchise that shall not be named. There's still so much of it out there, and it's really easily merchandisable. And because there's like the obvious like 4 things and 4 colors, and everything can be those colors, and then we've got books in the universe that we can do this with. Whereas Game of Thrones, they have the house sigils, but if you weren't like super on board with the house, and also all the houses are kind of horrible, so why would you want to identify them? I don't know. I have a lot of thoughts. What do you think is the most underrated fantasy series? Oh, of all time? Of anything? Oh, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. That is a question for a video, I think, because I'd need to sit down and do some research, because what I think is underrated might not be underrated for you. One that I think, no, I genuinely can't answer your question. I need some time, but that is a really good idea, and I'm going to put it in my video schedule for after my break. For maybe in October, we're going to do most underrated fantasy series. Sorry, I just have to put it all the way through my schedule so I actually make the video and script it. Lovely. Right. Thank you for that video idea. You are very kind, Kenny. Big one for me is Fast Fantasy Beach, because I know we never mentioned. Valid. How did they, right. There's a really weird thing, and I think it must be that they want to both build anticipation for new objects. We will start a sprint in a second. I just have a lot to say about this. They want to build anticipation so they're more likely to sell more of them, because then obviously you create more market demand, as well as not risking making 1,000, 100,000 plushes of the thing and not selling them. I think it must be. No, valid to answer questions that people put in the chat. I've not read this. Should I? Let me know. Ditto. Should we read this? Don't more ratings. Mask of Mirrors, yes. But again, I think it's the thing of like they aren't for what we're talking about here, which is like a big series that have like merch and ideas and all that stuff. A big part of that is how merchandisable the series is. And there's been few things that have had that level of like, here is all the house sigils and here is all the names that haven't been just terrible. Interesting. Robin Hans has stopped swimming live success. I was reading. Oh, interesting. I've not looked at that. Maybe we'll do a deep dive into Robin Hobb ratings at some point. Chorus of Dragons and the Ryria series. Not sure how you pronounce that. No, underrated series. Very valid. Very valid. I'm also interested in like what makes a series marketable. It was two separate questions going on at the same time. But we should do another sprint because it's been 15 minutes. And I have lots of books to get through, and we have lots of talking to be done. Have a ponder. What are underrated series? What are series that are merchandisable? Is there a thing from a book series or an object from a book series that you're like, if I could own that, or a version of that, or an outfit of that, let me know what that is in half an hour, because we are going to sprint. We are going to sprint to 2:30 here in the UK, the next 30 minutes. So have a wonderful time. I'm going to edit this other ticker so that I don't also say that we're getting lunch when I next do this. And let's... I'm going to delete the whole thing. I was trying to multitask and I can't do it. I'm a terrible multitasker, as we've established. There we go. Right, let's go. Half an hour. I shall see you all then. All right, I'm a tiny bit early. I think because of the delay, it'll be about past by the time this gets to you. Hello, welcome back. Welcome back. We are at 2:30 here in the UK. We've been, well, by the time this little chatty section has been done, we've been going for about 4 hours. I still need to do that hoovering, but I am having a really good time, and I only have three books left on my start this book list. So I think I'm just going to go until I've done all of them, and then we'll see where we're at, because honestly, I'm having a great time. I'm having the best time. Asher's really selling The Dragon Prince. I mean, yes, we need to reread this. If it was written by a woman actually dealing politics, actually contained dragons and was good, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Elder is very good, and I keep saying it was true. Is Elder the one? Is it a full length one, or is it the one that's a novella? Because I know the cover, but I can't remember. 126 pages. Okay, yeah, nice. Hi, hello again. Hello again. I had a good run. That one run around that time. Words, phrases, names. I finished Binti Home. It was very, very good. I really, really liked it. I think that it is more interesting than Binti 1. Just called Binti, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. But yeah, I thought it was very good. I liked where it went. What a cliffhanger of an ending. That's very frustrating because I'm not meant to start Binti 3 until next week, but I do want to pick it up now. But we're sticking with the current list and plan so that I don't get totally derailed, because we are up to how many books are we up to currently reading? 1, 2, 3, 6. We're up to 6 currently reading books, which is not great because I did start my reread of the Jasmine Throne. I am 110 pages into this, not surprisingly, because I said I was going to try and read 100 pages. Just at the start of chapter 11. I'm really enjoying this. I remembered it being quite heavy in terms of like pacing, like slow paced when I first read it. But I think knowing that this isn't going to be a spoiler, this is just a thing about the book, that the sapphic elements aren't ridiculously there, at least not for quite a long time in the book. Knowing that going in on a reread, I'm focusing much more on other things, and also going and knowing how many point of view characters there are, which there are many, also very enjoyable. So will this end up being my new favorite of the Sapphic trifecta? Quite possibly, because I did my reread of She Who Became the Sun, and I liked it, but not as much as the first time. I believe the Space Siren show for that is tomorrow. I can't make that, but if you want to go see that, that will be up. And I need to do a reread of The Unbroken, but I do really also enjoy that. So we'll see. Right. Dated because it's old, but if you better, I think this is the thing with dated fantasy. If someone handed it to me and was like, this came out this year, I'd be like, oh no, there's a lot of problems with this. But when things have come out in like the past, I'm much more forgiving. Modern one is Mike Brooks, The Black Coast. Yes, you've talked about this a lot. I think that the cover is really throwing me off on that one, because it does look very like, I don't stay away from me. But at some point I'll borrow it from you. Pacing of Jasmine Throne, world building was super intriguing, and reread. I'm going to be there for the characters. Yes, yeah. It is. I'm enjoying it much more on a reread, knowing what the overall arc of the book is going to be. I think the first time I read it, I was very much like not quite clear on what that was, and I think that can make a reading experience quite difficult because you don't know what you need to focus in on, and especially when it's lots of multiple different characters, you have to figure out who you're actually meant to care about and so such. I enjoy a reread for that reason. Phenomenal, inclusive, and fascinating. I'm terrified of book 3. Ooh. I don't like to be terrified of a next book though. That's the thing. I've really come full circle. I don't love a cliffhanger ending anymore, and I think it's because now that I'm reading series that aren't yet finished more than I read series that are. If I have to wait over a year for the end of that cliffhanger ending, then I'm definitely going to have to do a reread. So then I get annoyed at it. But I want to support the book when it comes out, so that the sequel actually does get made. But I don't want to read it as a whole thing. And maybe in the future, when we have more time for rereading, and I get better at requesting books that I actually like, which I think I am doing. I think I've got the hang of not requesting books that are a long shot. Maybe we'll have more time. Yeah. Valid, fair enough. There's a lot of plot to pull off in one final book. This is always a problem. So are we terrified of what will happen to the characters, or terrified that it will be bad? Because those are two very different kinds of fears. A great recap at the start too. Oh, see, no, we've had enough temptation. I've added one book to the list. We're not adding any more. I do have it. Basically, if you want to try and get me to read something that you want me to try and read before April of 2023, the time to persuade me is in what? When is 3 weeks? August. Because I do not have a reading schedule for August. Throw the books at me then. I will gladly read them. I will come and steal them from your windows of your office, and they will be mine. Oh, we're going to get into a deep debate about Priya. I'm actually enjoying her in this reread. I don't think I didn't like her in the first time I read it. But we shall see. We shall see. Well, we won't see today because I am moving on. And I need to stop drinking halfway through sentences. I'm sorry, that's so annoying. It's just a fidget thing. I am doing 10% of Long Shadow, which is the 4th Regency Fairy Tales book. I'm very excited for that to come out. I'm hoping I will actually get a physical copy of this, but hey, we're starting it now. Why not? Why not? And then 10% of The Book Eaters, which is this is probably one of my last remaining, maybe I'll like this, maybe it'll be annoying, books that I've requested on NetGalley that we'll see how we go. We'll see. And then, yes, I will start Wall of Storms, Angela. After those two, then we'll be there. I don't enjoy morally gray messy characters. Valid. I feel like that's a good caveat for that. Like, if you do love messy characters, you might love those. I was making an Instagram post where these things take to. I had to give up on Instagram. I did it for a while, and I do use Instagram, but just not for books. Because I just, it doesn't work for me as a platform. It's not my jam. I like being able to edit what I'm saying in a spoken way. I am not the best writer, I would say. I feel like not liking morally grey characters is so specific as a thing, and I feel like we're getting more and more of them. So that must be quite annoying because people are putting them in their books more and more. Just saying. Maybe then we'll also be there and we can read together. Nice. Yes. But we're going to see, because I really want to see how Oleander Sword pairs with Jasmine Throne. So I do want to read them back to back because I think that's going to be quite important, because what my hope is that it'll be much more gay. But I don't know if that's then going to make the two books feel very different from each other. I'm interested. But maybe we'll come full circle. You know, it'll be a saturated market of morally grey characters who are messy. And then in will come the competent, either very, very evil or very, very good characters, just to save the day. And we'll have a cycle of that for a while. More of a type in this week, it's me, the photo pet. Yeah, this is the other thing. I just know that partly I've never been able to have like a setup for books looking nice, and also I just don't have, it's not a skill set that I have, like the photo editing and creation and stuff. I'm very impressed by people who do. There are people who take beautiful Instagram photos and blog photos and all that stuff. It's just never quite been a talent of mine. I can barely take a thumbnail, and if you could see the just hordes of outtake thumbnails that I have on my laptop, I have to delete them every now and then, just be like, oh, why is my face doing this? It's fine. But yeah, I'm going to get into some Regency romance, Regency fairy romance. I haven't actually looked up the plot of Long Shadow, and I probably should, because with some things, I like to go in knowing absolutely nothing, which my mouth instinctively wants to go, if you want to go in knowing absolutely nothing, click away now. But with where it's a romance, I like to know who I'm rooting to end up together from the start, because it makes things better for me. I don't know. Very exciting. I'm sorry, I'm just reading now. That's not okay. I think you do. Oh, sorry. I think you are accompanied with fitting the current morally grey mold. I'm not sure if I can speak. No, valid. Fair enough. I need to stop saying valid at all of these comments. I'm just trying to validate you all. Yes, I agree, and I think that there are people who do morally complicated very well, and there are people who just do it as an excuse to have a character be a bit of a mess. And you can be messy and not morally complicated as well. So basically every time I do live shows, I'm making the thumbnail like 5 minutes before we start, because that's just how I roll. And my current way of doing it is just going to the sites that have the royalty-free images that I use for work and typing in ghost sheet, and then using whichever one speaks to me first. And today, really, the pumpkins really spoke to me. disaster by love chaotic and bad characters, but all your priorities are very core of that trope. Doesn't work for me. Fair enough. Fair enough. As a disaster by, they really speak to me. But I think if I could distill all of my personality down into that, I would. I just want to be simple. Don't want to be complicated. Yes, I'm just going to leave this up for the rest of it. I'm just going to leave valid up as an option. Every time someone comments, I'll come back and click on this one. I'm trying to think what my like current least favorite kind of character is. I think I don't love. I started that sentence not knowing at all where it was going to go, and I just hoped it would come to me. My current not favorite type of character is it's usually a him. He's the rich prince, insert other like descendant of the ruler of this place. And his family absolutely suck, and his family are terrible, and they've colonized everyone, and they're bad people. But he's nice, and it's always like it's such a cliche, and it has been for so many years. Like I can think of so many books I read as a teenager where we had like the plucky young thief character ends up falling in love with the prince, and he's like, "Don't worry, I want to change things." And I'm like, "We need systemic change, sir." I wasn't thinking that when I was like 8. But I think that now, and I've read so many books recently where it has been it's pitched as she must pretend to love the prince so that she can get access to all of this information or whatever, but then she just actually falls in love with the prince. I'm like, just don't. To the point where one of my like nano projects a couple of years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, the most fun I had was writing the scene where the prince character tried to have a tragic backstory, and my character, who was in that situation, though slightly differently, was just sat there like, "Oh no, I'm very gay, and this is a really stupid conversation to be having. You are literally a prince. Go away." It was great. Oh, the tea. Talking to write about a similar thing last night with rebellion and resistance. It's so true. It's so true. And I think that there's so much like, I don't think you can tell the two stories the same way. I've not seen anyone do it well. I don't think you can tell I'm sneaking into the royal family and I want to take down this and make the world a better place. And I don't think that actually can always, maybe there's exceptions to the rule, mesh with I want to fall in love with the prince and like this princess fantasy kind of thing as well. I don't know that it works. Certainly not with where we are at the moment, I think. But maybe someone can try it out and prove me wrong and write a wonderful story where the prince does indeed get rid of all of his riches, redistribute all the wealth, dissolve the monarchy, and go on. Princess Diaries. That's a spoiler for the end of Princess Diaries. It's like a 10-year-old series, more than that, like 20 years. Oh, that's embarrassing. But she, admittedly, it's a bit wishy-washy, but spoilers for Princess Diaries, mute your computer if you don't want to hear them. But she does somewhat dissolve the monarchy. She makes it more like we have in the UK, but it's I really loved it. Masquerade is sort of trying and maybe working, unsure, but I was thinking of Mistborn today would be more annoyed by Sanderson. Yeah, I think it's somewhat of a dated thing as well. I think that we think about things very differently and power and privilege in a way that we weren't necessarily doing or should have been doing but weren't necessarily doing in the past. I could talk about this for hours. But I read Mask of Mirrors, The Darkening, there was another one, Prism Healer was another one, and it was all just kind of same sort of thing. And Renegades, arguably, it's just not, it doesn't work for me. I get annoyed at it. It's not my jam. It's not what I want. But what I do want is to do some more reading sprints and also nip to the bathroom. So we shall do another half an hour while pondering more of these things. Getting into the deep stuff. Yeah, let's do at least another half hour, probably another one after that, and then I will probably have to get out the Hoover and actually do some practical stuff today. Probably. We'll see how we're feeling. I shall see you in half an hour or so. I forgot to turn the ticker off. Terrible. I'm going to 1:15. See you then. Hello again. Welcome back. We are still here, still going. I think this next sprint is going to be the last one for today because it has been, well, by the time the next sprint is done, it will have been over 5 hours, and I feel like that's a lot of me for anyone to have to stare at. So we'll take a break after that. How's it going, you ask? Why, it's going wonderfully. I read 10% of Long Shadow, Regency Fairy Tales, had a good time with it. Did my typical thing where I read the main character as a child, and then like 3 pages in, it was like, she's 18 or over 18. And I was like, oh, that makes more sense. This is a romance. I need to get better at gauging characters' ages early on. Maybe making note of it on the front page. You know, it'll be fine. And then I did 10% of the Book Eaters, which so far is a dual timeline narrative, which isn't always my favorite thing, but we'll see how it goes. And then one of the narratives, it's a mother character. Got nothing against mums. Some of my best friends are mums. I'm not one. And sometimes I don't relate to books that feature that as a prominent point. So we'll see how that goes. But the actual writing of it is so far very lovely. And I'm intrigued by this idea of the book eaters and what eating different books does and all that stuff. I think that's going to be interesting to explore. And then Angela, I hope you are listening. If you have gone, you will never get to know. But I have indeed started Wall of Storms. I have read, of the 1,054 pages that feature on this ebook edition, I have read 27 of them. So that's what I'm going to focus on for this next upcoming sprint. I will focus in on that. You are here and saying woo. Yeah, I made a start. I'm not going to read heaps of it because I started 9 books today. And I do need to finish some of them. But yeah, so far it is good. I can't remember anything that happened in book title. Book title. What's it called? Why can I not remember? This is terrible. Grace of Kings. There we go. I can't remember anything that happened. But not even one chapter, to answer your question, Angela. Not even one. And very much right at the start. Ash is here lurking on a roll with the edit. Oh, I hope it's going well. I hope it's going well. And Stephanie's here for the last bit, about 50% of the international. Now, you can all read. Stephanie, we've had a lot of people reading Nettle and Bone on sprints recently, and that brings me great joy. I feel the need to point out there is a T Kingfisher readathon going on. The deets are in my Discord, I think. Somebody kindly posted them there if you are interested. Next sprint is me finishing Elder Race. You can do it. I believe in you. It's going to be great. I have, quite satisfyingly, I haven't yet added in Wall of Storm, but I have been tracking what I've read today because I knew I was going to be picking up a whole bunch of different things. And quite satisfyingly, have read 692 pages over these last 5 or so hours, which I'm very satisfied with, which is very nice. Okay, but we'll join the last sprint after 8. Ryan has surprised you with breakfast. That's very pleasant. Enjoy your breakfast. I hope it is a nice, tasty breakfast. Let us know what it is. I was meant to order food today because I was gonna order takeout for lunch yesterday as a holiday treat to myself, but I didn't because I got distracted. Who'd have thought? And then I was going to order it today as a reward for all the reading I'd got done, but it did not happen. Lovely. I think interesting. And you read it's all in little chunks and bits and pieces, and a lot of it's ebook pages, and then trying to match it up with physical edition. So like 10% of a book's like 30 pages or so. Lovely, lovely time. But yeah, I'm trying to decide what my favorite thing of today has been, and I think that might be my mission for the end of the next sprint, is to do like a recap through, because it's been a pretty solid reading time. I very much enjoyed it. I actually really like jumping between books. I know it sounds really silly because I have a terrible memory for names, faces, people, places, or anything that's going on in a book, but actually cutting it off at the 10% 100-page mark makes my brain process what happened in that book for when I pick it up next time. I don't know why. I don't know. We could get into the weird ways in which my brain is wired for reading, but we probably shouldn't, because I feel like we'd be here for a while. And we've already been here for quite some time. I was trying to think about merchandising for books, and I still haven't really got anywhere with it. Largely because most of the things that I want from a book are like the animal or creature companion to just exist in the world, and that doesn't happen. We cannot just engineer the creatures from the books that we love, although that in itself is a book, is it not? Someone who has the ability to create that, I would like that, please and thank you. Except maybe that's just Jurassic Park, in a way. Oh dear. 5-star at the moment. First time out. That's amazing. It's so good. I haven't had very many 5-star reads this year. In fact, I can tell you exactly how many 5-star reads I've had this year because I have the stats page up. 15. But how many of those have been rereads? Okay, books that were new. This is a video in itself, but we'll get to that later in the year. Legends and Lattes was a 5-star. Heartstopper Volume 4. Nettle and Bone. When the Moon Was Ours. That was a reread. River of Silver, the David Bad. That was a reread. God of Lost Words, Hell's Library 3. And Sword of Kagen. Those have been all of my 5 stars. It's not been a bad reading year by any means. I've had 50 4-star reads, so that's fabulous. Just not much has been tipping over into the best one. I wish there's more merch in general, so true. A Mephi plushie, yes. Except I'm not a cuddly toy person. I like them, but I think owning an animal that wants to destroy them, you're less keen on having them because they will not remain pristine. I nearly did for your birthday. It might have been Christmas. I can't remember. I looked into making like pins, but I needed to order like 1,000 of them. And I thought turning up at your door with 1 pin is a nice thing. Turning up at your door with 1,000 pins, less nice. Hello, please decorate your house with these. I think if you're using the word hated, don't try the book again. Don't do it. Don't do it. I think at some point we know. It's not even at some point. We know now that you and I have overlapping book taste, but it's not in the same. Writing more books 5 stars and get a job at vague suspicion decreased. This is possibly very true. An excellent theory. And another thing, that if I had been logging my book reading and also my moods in a useful way for the last 3 years, I would look back on, because I am a sucker for that kind of statistic. People who have mood trackers or mood blankets and who also have book trackers, that would be fascinating to me. Me turning up like the pin fairy. But I'm sure not everyone does, and they will turn up on videos where I've mentioned it because they've searched it and they want to complain about it. So you'll find them. But you don't have to like everything. Let's say not everyone's cup of tea, and I did it by audiobook, which does make a difference. So it might be that if I read it physically, I would have found it less good. Always the case. What did I read? It was something via audiobook that I was pretty sure. Oh, it was the Far Wilder Magic. I'm pretty sure if I'd read that physically, I would be like, this was fine, but not great. Because I did audiobook and it seeped its way into my brain over a number of days. It was a better experience, I think. But there isn't really a way of doing, what's the phrase? A study, a personal investigation into whether reading a book for the first time, whether audiobook or physical works better for me without some kind of Men in Black brain brain memory flashy pen thing that could delete the book from my brain after I did one, so I could do it again with the other, but I could make notes and say what I liked and didn't like. Something like that. That's what I want to be able to do, because I do think it makes a big difference, but I have no evidence that I can judge. It's very warm. Do we want a temperature update? Let's do a temperature update, because I like complaining about things. We've hit 26. It's 35% humidity, which isn't too bad, to be fair. And the air quality is good, because I have a purifier fan on. Oh dear. I've been having a health check, but I'm sorry. Rating these lower, that I know I'd like more if I wasn't already in a bad mood. The reverse was true. Yes, oh, definitely. And I think the patience to stick with something and give things the benefit of the doubt and be like, oh well, I didn't like this bit, but maybe someone would. I'm much worse at doing that when I'm in a bad mood. And yet I'm no better at DNFing. Like, I should teach myself the habit of, you are stressed, therefore DNF more. I haven't learned that. I still need to read all the books and finish them. Oh, I'm sorry. But yes, stressful times do make for less good reading, which is rubbish in a lot of ways, because what I want to do when I'm stressed is escape into a book. But if they are bad books, like, I need an emergency, like, self-care book bag that just has cozy romances, fun fantasy, and familiar rereads that I can just reach for, like a grab bag, but specifically for when I'm stressed. And that is another video that I think I should put in the schedule. You're going to get to a point in October where you'll realize that all of these video ideas have gone in here. Cozy / self-care book emergency bag. So in a few months, when I'm doing another live where I organize my life and I say, what does this mean? You're all going to have to be there to remind me. I'm going to rely on all of you. True, but a good cozy romance. And I think the key here is going for things that you know you're going to love, like a favorite author who's put out something new, or one that comes highly recommended from friends. Like, if you told me this is the one you need to read, I would believe you. Or things you've already read, which I appreciate doesn't help the TBR, but might help the brain. It's sure better for me than reread to try and discover new things. Yeah. Again, though, for me personally, the schedule, I just lose it. I can't lose it. Book first aid kit. That's what I should call it. Thank you. I think that would be fun. Would it just be a box with 10 copies of Legends and Lattes in it? Maybe. I was thinking earlier today when I was reading Jasmine Throne, whichever sprint that was, a few sprints ago, how long it's been since I read a book where the main character is a woman and she's just having a good time, and there's not patriarchy, and it's not, you're having a good time, but despite all of this stuff. Like, I haven't read anything like that in a very long time, possibly since Legends and Lattes. That's the energy I want. So Asher, if you could get on that edit so that I can read the next one where that is the case, thank you very much. I would like that. I just like something that's entertaining. Totally. As a kid, reading would help me cope with stress, but this is no longer true. Yeah, I don't know. I find it very helpful to escape into a book, but I find that happens less and less for me now. When I was a kid, I could, like, fully just transport myself to another world, and now I'm far more, I think because I'm reading things to review them, I'm far less likely to just sort of flop into it, you know? This is, yes, fictional first aid kit, we're going with it. Gina, definitely come at the right moment. I've been rereading All Creatures Great and Small all week, so just can't reading anything else. Valid. Wait, hang on. We've got to go back up to the Asher comment, which isn't going to make any sense to you because you weren't here before. I can't find it. When was it? Here it is. Valid. I got there. I'm about to open a book called Boomers versus Zoomers, and maybe I'll be laughing super hard at the slash novel. Ooh. Okay, people who have I know a lot of people find a lot of escapism in, like, slasher stuff, or in even, like, true crime, bizarrely, or crime novels. My mum loves a crime novel. She finds them very camp, specific ones, obviously. And yeah, I can't do that. I get too concerned for the people involved. Despite being a murder mystery and or, like, police crime drama person, in viewing them, I have a great time. In reading them, I do not. Although at some point, another one of my long-term big projects, we've talked about a lot of them here, I do want to do Agatha Christie, a whole chunk of that, like read all of Poirot or something, because I've watched most of Poirot and I would like to read them at some point. But that's probably like a 2027 project, so stay tuned for that. Subscribe. Okay, right, we're going to do our last reading sprint, everyone. Thank you so much. We will do another little chatteroo at 4 o'clock. How has it got to 4 o'clock? I've been sat here the whole time. It's been 4 hours, 44 minutes and 37 seconds, according to my timer. So yeah, we're going to close everything out with one more reading sprint. I'm going to read some more of the Dandelion Dynasty, and if I finish that, then I will circle back around to the top and read some more of The Daughter of Dr. Moreau, because I'm not picking up the first binding to close this out. It's just not happening. But we'll quickly do this recommendation from Asher. Coffee Milk and Spider Silk for Legend Lattes Vibes. It came out a few months before and unfortunately got overshadowed. Right, we'll put that on the list, everyone. We're on it. Okay, see you guys at 4 o'clock. Let me put the Dewberry on. There is the Dewberry. I shall see you soon. Hello, hello, hello. We are back for the final time today. It has been, well, by the time we're done, it's going to have been like 5.5 hours, which is, I think, the longest I've ever been live. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. I apologize for heading out halfway through that. The dog began to scream, and I was worried she was being kidnapped or that there were burglars, but it turned out Katie just hadn't told me when she was coming home, and she was home. So that's nice, and I did indeed not manage to do the hoovering before we had guests. But you know what? It's fine. It's a nice guest. We can live with it. It's because we're not. See, gotta stay hyper focused. I say as though I haven't swapped between 9 different books today. For Angela's context, I got to end of chapter 5 of Wall of Storms. It's very good so far. Still can't quite remember everything that happened in the Grace of Kings, but I'm just treating it like another book, and we'll have a good time. And so far, it's interesting. I don't know where the plot's going, but that was the case for the entirety of the Grace of Kings, so I'm not assuming I will ever know what the plot is doing. But yes, I will continue on with that. And then I picked up Dr. Moreau just for one extra chapter towards the end. I'm now 40% of the way through that, so that's pretty darn good. And just in case anyone was wondering, because I like statistics, I read 799 pages over this pages worth of content over this last reading sprint, which is very, very satisfying for me. And yeah, I think it's possibly one of the more foolish things I've done starting, having currently 9 books in my currently reading shelf. But you know what? It's fine. It's fine. They're all started. They shall all be progressed. It will all be good. Ash got another review edited. This is why we need to stop. And it's in pension admin. Always fun. Nice. Get your hands on an e-copy. There are character lists of my jokes. There's a character list in this, and it's a digital. I'm reading it on my phone. Yeah, memory will not happen. It's fine. Read the recapture summary of Game of Thrones to refresh my mind, and then about 5 pages into A Clash of Kings. Heaven bless recaptions. It's so good. Thank you, Amber, for starting it. Got distracted from my book, decided to carry on writing the blog post I started when I discovered the stream. Perfectly acceptable. I know it's really frustrating, but all of them are at the end of chapters, and that's why. So it's fine. We don't need to worry too much about it. It'll mean that the next page I read will be really satisfying because it'll be up to $7.99. But you were doing audio for some. Do you think I was just sat here with an audiobook on and not headphones in? What am I? Some kind of heathen? No. You need to have an extra nap. Another nap. It's what, 11 for you guys now? Another nap time, definitely. Am I playing around with a version of the One Ring? Yes, I am. I was going to talk about what I enjoyed the most. If we're talking about starts of books, which book has me the most interested that is not a reread? I think it might be Heart and Mercy, Undertaking of Heart and Mercy, that I hadn't already started, because obviously I was already somewhere the way through Daughter of Dr. Moreau. That is definitely what I'm going to focus on, I think. But I did very much enjoy all of them, to be honest. There was no dud in the whole bunch, which is great, but also slightly annoying, because if I could have DNF'd one, then we would have been done. But I don't think I've ever DNF'd something after 10%, so it's probably fine. Whoop-a-doo. This day of sprinting was really lovely. Thanks to you. Thank you for coming. It's been very nice. I've had a lovely day. I've drunk a lot of water, and I've had a great time. And I'm going to go wash my hair after this, so I hope everyone's excited. Maybe after live at 2. I love naps even when I am well rested. True. I'm not a nap person. I can't get to sleep that easily. My brain won't turn off. Once the light is up, I am up, which was why we need to get better curtains. It is what it is. So yeah, but I've enjoyed all of them. Going back to what I was saying, I think reading a lot of digital things all at the same time is an exciting prospect, because I don't tend to jump about between digital things because I don't like navigating on a Kindle. It's not a particularly fun user interface. But I'm looking forward to continuing on with various bits and bobs. And now I'm going to have a whole lot to talk about in next Friday's video, because I've opened so many books, cracked the cover on all of them. More love for naps. Mafia Rogue Romance reviews. Well done. We're here for all productivity and reading here on the Dead Good Book Reviews live stream on Saturdays because I don't have a social life. You guys are my social life. That's not parasocial at all. It's fine. It's fine. I need to put the one ring back now because I will lose it. But yes, well, in which case I think me trying to stretch this out for another 10 minutes is just going to be embarrassing, and I will blither and we won't have a good time. But thank you so much everyone for joining. If you joined for all or some of this, I've had a wonderful time. Picking up my Kindles, a new release on Kindle I want to read. Yes. Remember to charge your Kindles if you've been reading on them. Plug them in if they need charging, they need juicing up. That's my advice. And yeah, I shall see you in the next one. Is that an ending? Does that work as a conclusion to a live stream? I don't know. Thank you so much. I'm bad at ending live streams. Bye.